Look at church. Oh my God. Church twice. I mean, it's a long day.
And welcome to this special sitting of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court in honor of the late Evelina Baptiste. The sitting is, of course, an in-person sitting at the High Court in the Commonwealth of Dominica, but it is also being attended virtually by persons using the Zoom platform at different locations within and outside of Dominica. Let me first introduce the bench this morning. To my immediate right is His Lordship, the Honorable Colin Williams, Resident Judge of the High Court in the Commonwealth of Dominica. To my immediate left is Her Ladyship, the Honorable Justice Dinab Duwara Alami, Resident Judge of the High Court of the Commonwealth of Dominica. To Justice Williams's right is His Lordship, the Honorable Justice Davidson Baptiste, retired Justice of Appeal and currently serving as an acting High Court judge in the Commonwealth of Dominica. And to Justice Alami's left is Her Ladyship, the Honorable Justice Charmaine Pemberton of the Trinidad and Tobago Court of Appeal, who traveled from Trinidad and Tobago to attend this special sitting to pay tribute to Miss Baptiste. And she has been specially invited to sit with us this morning on the bench of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. To the right of Justice Baptiste is Justice David Harris, a former judge of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, also a former judge of the Trinidad and Tobago Supreme Court. My role this morning is not to eulogize Miss Evelina Baptiste. This will be done by others who knew her well. Apart from being introduced to Miss Baptiste as the sister of my colleague, Justice Davidson Baptiste, and sitting on the Court of Appeal on a few occasions when she appeared as the Director of Public Prosecution in matters before the court, I only knew Evelina Baptiste, as the older sister of her big brother, Davidson Baptiste. Justice Baptiste always spoke so fondly of Evo, as he called her, that you could almost feel that you knew her, even if you hardly did. Mustering all the fortitude and strength that we know he possesses to eulogize his sister this morning, I invite His Lordship, the Honorable Justice Davidson Baptiste, to address the court.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Justice, for your invitation. These moments are somber moments. And in keeping with that tradition, I wondered how to begin. What do I say? And whilst driving from Newtown this morning, I still wondered what to say. Where do I begin? Prudence dictates that one should commence from the beginning. So, should I begin from 27th of May, 1956, when she was born at Newtown, Victoria Street? Or should I begin when she retired from life? I initially sought some kind of middle way. And I'm not sure whether it's the right way. But the benefits of the middleman he could shift to the right or left as the conditions and emotions dictate. So I have planned to write some things, maybe too many things, but I've been writing, changing, deleting, losing things on word is called the words to the extent that I was wordless sometimes. So I've chosen an easy books of my memory and parts of words. Not much, I reduced to writing. In 1995, I joyously moved the admission to the bar of Evo before Mr. Justice Odell Adams. He remarked then that it was the first time he was witnessing one sibling moving the call of another to the bar. I had not paid any significance to that before his lordship's observation. It did not occur to me then, as certainly it was not within my contemplation that 30 years after, I would have been part of a panel presiding. I will try to limit such pauses over Apple's death. How could I have contemplated that in 1995 that I would be here as part of this panel? But that is the mystery of life. No one knows the future, but we will continue. Evo got acquainted with this life in May 1956. She was born to Judith and Thomas Clayton Baptiste. I emerged 18 months after. That might explain the often asked question, who was first? She was first, but I was a very close second. I suspected that she felt lonely by herself. I sought my presence. So I came along at Clover Lane, Newtown, in November 1957. Looking back since the death, I wondered what kinds of discussions we were having at this young age, conditioned by the incidents of infancy, the state of infancy. I am sure it lacked coherence, but no doubt we gave it the best shot we had, without regard to those who sought to interpret or understand these discussions. So Evo became my first friend, and I became her first friend. She was the first, and made it very clear from the inception that she was the first. So I dutifully acknowledged her seniority, and life went on. Evo and I forged a tremendous bond, endearing and enduring. And this bond persisted and remained strong for the entirety of the life. We played on the quaint cobblestone of Blue Lake. We started our primary school together. She went to the St. Martin School. I, Newtown School, and Roosevelt School. We commenced our common entrance classes. We entered high school in 1969. She entered the convent high school, and I entered the Dominical Grammar School. We entered the sixth form college together in 1974. It was then called the Cipher. We both did A-level history with Mr. Volney as the tutor. In 1976, Evo left Dominica to pursue studies in Jamaica in the field of diagnostic radiography. She returned to the Republic in 1979. Her first day at work was to be the 29th of August, 1979. She was delayed by rain and detained by wind. It became obvious to us that working on that day was not a realistic possibility. The force of nature through the medium of Hurricane David had been unleashed. The rest, as they say, is history. But history is a record of the past. But I'm still in the past. 6 weeks later, I left Dominica to begin my law studies at the Cable campus. That was October 1979. During that time, Evo paid visits. We never discussed law. Neither did she indicate any interest in law. She was into profession, diagnostic radiography. Several years later, Evo started the study of law. I do not claim any, I would not say that she followed me by any discussion among ourselves. It happened that way. Evo got a degree from the Cable campus. Then he went on to the law school and became a lawyer. As I indicated in 1995, I had the pleasure and the privilege of moving her admission to the bar. Evo held very important positions in the legal field. She held positions different times of chief magistrate, director of public prosecutions, registrar of the High Court. She also acted as chief registrar at the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, the Court of Solution. And she performed her duties, the role, and the functions commendably. Evo was well liked, I must say. She was very friendly, and took role quite seriously in all spheres. As children, we read. Evo was an avid reader. Some of our favorite books as children, Harry Boys, Nancy Drews, Enlightened Secret Seven, and Fabulous Five. But I particularly enjoyed Jennings and Derbyshire. I'm not sure what many of you have heard of Jennings and Derbyshire, but we enjoy this. Evo loved reading, knitting, macrame, crochet, and she rather fancied herself as a singer. Soprano at that. I was neither tenor nor bass. Or bass, as they say. She liked music. She loved music. She was very artistic. She painted. I can like Nirvana with Nirvana, yes. She loved the music quite a lot. She loved the painting, very artistic. She loved flowers, plants, and she had quite an interesting collection at home. She loved them so much. She had the capacity to indicate the names, the origins, and all sorts of things which surprised me. My knowledge of plants and flowers are limited to things like mango, sugar apple, quite limited at this stage, but she provided information. I have tremendous knowledge of such matters. It was, well, apart from what I just said, Evo's interest was not limited to the law. She became Calypso judge, was involved in other kindred carnival activities. In becoming a Calypso judge, she seemed to have been following the tradition of her father, who had judged Calypso for probably 40 years before he retired. And somehow, by pure happenstance, I was also Calypso judge in the late 90s. I think I recall during the finals of 95, I think, and 97. I'm not sure whether the symbol is here. We both judged in 97, the finals, I recall very well. So Evo continued that trend in the Calypso. Evo was always a very focused individual, always focused on development and work. She was the ultimate family person. She loved her family. She brought into being the one, the only child. The one. The one, like Evo, did her Bachelor of Laws degree and also pursued the degree in maritime law at Malta. Sometimes I feel that I introduce I too often, but it's just the relationship that forces me to bring I into Evo. As I said, Evo is the maritime master's program in Malta, and the one followed it. I myself, I pursued the Masters of Law, Maritime Law, way back in 1990 in Wales. So it's just a happenstance, not any deliberateness. You know, in life, singers sing different songs. There are some great lyricists who produce songs which are enduring. Today is Tuesday, and yesterday was Monday. The mamas and the papas sang on Monday. Monday, Monday, and Sunday. The carpenters said, explain that bring days and Mondays always gets it down. It was not a Monday, neither was it a rainy day when I got the call from my dear niece, Shakira, that Auntie Evo was in the hospital. I was jolted when I got that news. A few hours after, the Honorable Acting Chief Justice and my good old friend, I took the oath of office to act as a judge of this court from the 10th of January. I went to the hospital and I could not see Evo then. She was at the ICU. But several hours after, Gordon and I entered. And here was Evo lying. I spoke to her and she responded. It was not a discussion which was conducted in sentences. It was word and word. I said, Evo, that is Dave. She said, Dave, yes. She said, where's the reader? I said, we are all on the outside, giving you support. She said that she was thirsty. Someone said that they will bring her water. Sometime later, she tried to sit up, but was advised against it. She subsequently tried to sit around, was advised against it. We stayed, Gordon and I, and we looked at her, and we left. And there was a number of family members and friends on the outside giving his support. At about 11:15, she was wheeled away for, I think, a second X-ray or scan. 11:45 p.m., she was wheeled back in. Of course, her eyes were closed all the time. We had a chat, Shakira, with the officials there, and we planned to return following morning. So probably at 12:20, we left and repaired to our respective abodes. Somewhere around 1:30, I saw that it was a missed call from Shakira. I reckoned that if Shakira calls roughly an hour and a half after we had left, that Evo had passed. I called Shakira, and she apprised me that Evo had passed. I will say it. I was saddened at that, obviously. The windows of our world had become covered. Covered by rain. I must thank Heather Phillips Evans, although she preferred not, for driving us, Lorraine and I, to the hospital at a rather ungodly hour. I thank you publicly for that. I apprised certain individuals, friends, family, of what had transpired. And I retired eventually at 4:00. By 5:30, I was up. Thereabouts. It seems to be. I sat on the settee and began to wonder whether I was dreaming. Is this real? This was quite hard, right? And I promised myself this morning not to talk about it because of the emotions it provokes. So I'll move away from that and talk about something else. Evo, as I said earlier, was the ultimate family person. She loved her nieces, she loved the nephews. Obviously, she loved the father, her only child, and provided the requisite support for now on, who eventually followed her at this partly into law. I promised a while ago not to touch the subject of Evo's death. somehow or the other, I convinced myself that I will be able to do it. So one has to keep one's promises. Yes, one has to. You know, you sit and you think and you dream. But you must remember dreams here. Dreams are for those who sleep. As Fred told us in the hit song in the early 1970s. But I was wide awake. And I'm still wondering whether it's a dream, whether it's real. I started there and asked, didn't Evo attend the church service to mark the opening of the Lord's room? She did. Didn't Evo sing in the choir? She did. She did, yes. Evo attended the church service. Evo sang in the choir. And Evo died. All in the course of the living. Our world was covered with it. Then I wondered, but why do I cry? Why do we cry? Aren't we aware of the nature of life and death? Weren't we told by Kansas in their hit song of the 70s? All we are is dust in the wind. They were told so. Didn't Shakespeare tell us that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come? He did. Aren't we told that we are pilgrims on earth? Yes, we're told so. But the sting of death is always real. With my doubts and my fears and my sense of disbelief and sadness, I had to resign myself to the finality of her mortality. We are here today paying tribute to the memory of Evelina, Eleanor, the Queen. Her time is quite lovely, actually. I can't remember where they came from, whether from a mother or father, but I like it. Evelina, Eleanor, the Queen. I seem to be now recovering. I'm no longer crying. Isn't that nice? It has to be, because here we are, the support of the Bar Association, the support of friends, the support of colleagues, the support of the public. We are all gratified by that. The support from within the Republic and support from without the Republic. The support from judges in Dominica and judges of the High Court, judges from the Turks and Caicos Islands, the St. Vincent, the Barbados Court, and others. The Chief Justice, Honorable Mario Mitchell, soon as he was apprised of Evo's death, he called me. We spoke. Dame Janice Guerrero called me and we spoke. Other persons called me, friends, lawyers. Some were strangers, some I had not spoken to for years. They found my number and called. It is always gratifying to receive that kind of support. Because here you are, battered, emotions, all kinds of ways. And you get this call from family, from friends, from colleagues, and from strangers offering you support. And for this, we are very much grateful. In this eulogy, I'm satisfied that I have left out many things, not for fear of breaking down. Always pull yourself, that I'm told, sure you can do that. Yes, I can do it. You sure you wouldn't break down? Break down? No. You're sure you won't cry? That's what I'm asked. I could cry. But I'm told, don't think crying is weakness. So I've gone through emotions, conflicted, up and down. But I am happy. And I must thank everyone who's present today. Those who are listening through the Zoom link, those are the court's headquarters in St. Lucia and other courts, and friends and family members who would have joined in. I look to my left and I see two of the very old friends of Evo, Julie Chillington and Jennifer Van Spool. Jennifer reminded me, Dave, I knew Evo since you lived at Global. We left Global sometime in 1968. Jennifer is speaking from sometime probably in 1966. And Julie, well, Julie's more like a public. Julie is the one who's aunt. So Julie has been there for a long time also. Having been raised together on the Turtle Spits on Richard also. I see Debbie looking at me. Smile. Happy she is, their presence. And the indefatigable Shakira, who's been the tower of power and strength in these difficult times. And I must thank you. I always say to Shakira that Debbie brought you on this world, but Evo is your mother. With no offense meant to the maternal mother. But Evo and Shakira had a very close association. Very, very close association. And again, I must thank Shakira for all that she's done over the past 2 weeks. In the spirit of thanking people, plans were afoot to have Evo elected to Martin, depending on her ability to respond. And I must thank the Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, and the Minister of Finance in that regard. I must say it openly that all good things must come to an end. I appear to be gathering steam. I don't want to let up tears. So I thank the Chief Justice for giving me the privilege of addressing this morning. Many things I'm sure I missed. I did not dare commit anything to paper for fear of written down. So I spoke as I recall certain things. In that process, I would have forgotten many things. Please.
Thank you. Baptiste, for what I know significant. Her ladyship, Justice Charmaine Pemberton, became acquainted with Evelina Baptiste when Justice Pemberton was the High Court Master based in St. Lucia, and Miss Baptiste was the acting registrar of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, based at the court's headquarters in St. Lucia. They became friends then and remained friends until Miss Baptiste's passing. Justice Pemberton journeyed from Trinidad to attend this special sitting to pay tribute to her friend, I'm told on her own behalf and on behalf of their mutual friend, Her Ladyship, the Honorable Justice Indra Hari Prasad Charles, former High Court Judge of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court and current Judge of the Court of Appeal of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I now invite Justice Pemberton to address the board.
Thank you for your words of welcome, Chief Justice and other Chief Justice. I'm deeply obliged to you for my inclusion on this panel. I recognize my fellow judicial officers, members of the Baptiste family, and members of the bar. I start this tribute to our dearest sister Evelina, as we called her with this daughter, the broken chain. We little knew that day God was going to carry you. Tonight, we loved you dear. In death of this day. It broke our hearts. Did not go alone. For part of us went with you. The day God called you home. You left us beautiful memories. Your love is still out there. And though we cannot see you, I'm so sorry about that, but these things happen. And I just probably pick up with this from the start of the poem, having thanked the Honorable Chief Justice for including me in the panel and meeting my fellow judicial officers. But I must say again, members of the Baptiste family, who I regard as my own, and members of the bar. We little knew that day God was going to call your name. In life, we loved you dearly. In death, we do the same. It broke our hearts to lose you, but you didn't go alone. For part of us went with you the day God called you home. You left us beautiful memories. Your love is still our guide. And though we cannot see you, you're always at our side. Our chain is broken, and nothing seems the same. But as God calls us one by one, the chain will link again. I first met Evelina in May of 2000, almost 25 years ago, at a training program hosted by the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court for the Civil Proceedings Rules, held in Trinidad at our Hall of Justice. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I felt so alone in a sea of strange faces. I was starting my daunting journey as the first case management master in the region. As I nervously shifted from foot to foot, two kind ladies made their way to me, Everdeen Braffett and Evelina. They introduced themselves, and the next word from Evo was, "Welcome." They would not know what that meant to me. That simple word, that sincere and effortless greeting put me at ease. She always knew what to say when and give you that sweet, warm smile. That was our Evo, genuine, with a heart of gold, as they say. My now deceased sister, Pam, and I breathed a collective sigh of relief. At least I made a friend, and so it was. After I joined the court, hers was the first telephone number that I would arm myself with. We kept in touch as we used each other as sounding boards as to the effective processes and procedures to implement what was then the new rules. It was, however, in the British Virgin Islands over a 2-week period that our bond was cemented. We worked and worked and worked, but had so much fun doing so. Eva was innovative, introducing color codes for filings. She was adventurous. Nothing stopped that mind from working on solutions to issues that others thought were insurmountable. Eva had grand plans for increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of her registry. She whipped everyone into shape. And the thing is, you did not even feel you were being whipped at all. It seemed so sensible, logical, but pleasant. Evo was the quintessential officer in charge, dependable, honest, kind, compassionate, empathetic, motherly, sisterly, a shoulder to lean on, and an ear to speak to, but firm and no nonsense, and many of you will support me on that. When I served in Dominica, that would be from 2000 until 2003, I must add that because of Evo, it became one of my treasured jurisdictions. Evo ensured that I had a comfortable, happy, safe, yet productive time. She chose my team with insight. Everdeen, as I said, Eva, Roll Davis, Leroy, and Eddie Bellot. My files were always in order at all sittings, orders done up and executed. And for any judicial officer, you know what a boon that is. We worked hard, and there is no pretense in my saying that this registry ranked as one of the best run registries in the region. But come time to relax and have fun, we did that too. She ensured a clever mix of work and what is now so popular, judicial well-being. No wonder Eva was preferred to act as our chief registrar for a period. When she came to St. Lucia, I was sitting as a judge there, and we drew even closer. My own brothers and sisters adopted her as theirs. My late brother often expressed how much he liked Evo. She's a good and loyal friend to you, he often told me. As long as you have Evelina, you will be okay. That was so true. I remember on one occasion, I had to travel home to Trinidad because I was unwell. Evo made the journey with me, but that was not all. David Rudder was in concert on the Saturday, and of course we went and we made our way to the front by the stage, a little way off, and danced up a storm. On our return, one judge told me, I saw you and Evo on TV. And I was like, oh my goodness. But anyway, we had a ball. I said, yes, we had a ball. Evo was always ready to keep my company on our escapades, our travels, hikes, drives, buying white pudding and bread, checking out the market, cruising through Astafans on a Saturday morning, hooking up a storm, spending time with my Judith and the family, and the love of her life, Nirvana. You name it, we did it. In time, that talent was rewarded and Evo moved on from the court office registry, where, as others will attest, her sterling and excellent contributions to Dominica's administration of justice continued unabated, and I dare say unmatched to date. She gave her life to you, Dominica. I must make mention of Evelina's contribution to the Caribbean Association of Judicial Officers. She was a presenter and discussant at the first ever Magistrates Forum as part of our regional meetings in Jamaica. We all benefited from her presentation and insights. My last time in person with Evo was 2003 into 2004. We had such a great week together. Again, she charmed my partner Philip, who told me, I like Evelina, she's good people. That is the chorus of all who got to know her, even fleetingly. I am so happy and grateful that we had that time together. As I started, I shall end by this poem, which I think fittingly sums up a life of service, a life lived in love, love of her daughter Nawana, love of her family, her brothers, her sisters, her nieces, her nephews, her great-nephews, her friends, and love of country, the Republic of Dominica. It's a poem called When Great Trees Fall by Maya Angelou. When great trees fall, rocks on distant hills shudder, lions hunker down in tall grasses, and even elephants lumber after safety. When great souls die, the air around us becomes light, rare, sterile. We breathe briefly. Our eyes briefly see with a hurtful clarity. Our memories suddenly sharpen, examines, gnaws unkind words unsaid, promised walks never taken. Great souls die, and our reality, bound to them, takes leave of us. Our souls, dependent upon their nurture, now shrink, wizened. Our minds, formed and informed by their radiance, fall away. We are not so much maddened as reduced to the unutterable ignorance of dark, cold caves. And when great souls die, after a period, peace blooms slowly and always irregularly. Spaces fill with a kind of soothing electric vibration. Our senses, restored, never to be the same, whisper to us. They existed. They existed. We can be and be better, for they existed. You existed, Evo, in the flesh, and you will continue to exist in our hearts and minds. Farewell, my sister. The angels will welcome you into paradise. So go wow them with that chuckle and smile that reached your eyes. Till we meet again, sleep in sweet peace.
Thank you, Justice Pemberton. Joining us via Zoom from St. Vincent and Grenadines, former Justice of Appeal of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court and currently acting High Court Judge in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Her Ladyship, the Honorable Justice Clotel Tom. Justice Tom was intending to be here this morning in person, but let's just say that circumstances did not permit it. She is, however, here virtually, at least so I've been assured, and I now invite Justice Tom to address the court.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Judges of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, good morning. I regret not being able to be present physically in Dominica, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate via Zoom. I, like most persons, was shocked when I heard of the passing of Evo. The last time we exchanged greetings.
We're not hearing Justice Tom. Justice Tom, have you unmuted?
Yes, yes.
Yes, then if you are, then you can restart. It does not appear that you have unmuted.
Any better now?
Yeah. We
Any
were
better
hearing
now?
her quite clear.
Sign out and sign back in because we're definitely not hearing you.
Yeah, we're hearing her quite clear.
I'm not sure what happened.
We're hearing you quite clear, Justice.
Okay,
Those of us on Zoom are hearing you clearly, Justice Tom.
oh, I see, I see. Something is wrong.
I think your voice is coming through now.
Yes, thank you very much, Chief Justice. Can you hear me now, Chief Justice?
We can, yeah, the volume is a little low, but we're hearing you.
I'm not sure, my volume seems to be quite up.
Yes, you're coming through much louder with a bit of a hum in the background, but you're coming through loudly now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Let me see if I can quell if I can quell this noise that is behind me. Good morning again. Can you hear me now, Chief Justice?
We're hearing you, yes.
Thank you, and I do apologize for all the interruption. I regret not being able to be present physically in Dominica, but I am most grateful for the opportunity to participate via Zoom. I, like most persons, was shocked when I heard of the passing of Evo. The last time we exchanged greetings, Evo was her usual, very jovial self. So nothing prepared me for the news that Evo had passed away. The now very famous video that went viral in minutes was played and replayed countless times by me as I tried to grapple with the reality that Evo had died. It seemed not to be true, even though hearing it from Dave, I knew it was true. I got to know Evo through Dave. Indeed, when you know Dave, you know his family. Dave loves his family dearly and talks about them most of the time. You get to know Dave, you get to know Thomas's father, Mama Judith, Marina, Evo, Debbie, Shakira, Shalana, Shawana, and Tommy. I may have omitted a few names, but it is not because Dave didn't mention them. It is because I simply do not remember them all. But when I got to meet Evo, Evo was all that Dave said and much, much more. Evo was a loving and kind-hearted person, always ready and willing to provide assistance when required to do so. Evo was a very hardworking person. She was very organized. I recall when GEMS was introduced into the court system, Evo ensured that the High Court Registry in Dominica was one of the most efficient registries in the region. Evo ensured that the staff were all trained in the use of GEMS, including the bailiffs. As a director of public prosecutions, Evo understood her role as a minister of justice and her duty to the court. She was always prepared and ready to present her cases. She was fair and fearless. Her integrity was beyond reproach. I've had the opportunity of participating with Evo at several conferences. Evo always represented Dominica's interests succinctly and with clarity. It is often said that the journey of life is as sweet as the quality of friends you keep. Evo made friends, and Evo was always very good at maintaining friendships. She would always return a missed call. And when she does not hear for a while from you, she will send you a message to inquire if all was well. Evo loved to share a word of inspiration. I will miss them. Evo's warmth, kindness, compassion, her friendship will be cherished by all those who knew her. And Evo's memory will live on in all of us who have experienced her love. It is tempting to say Evo has gone too soon. But when I looked at Evo's bio and the wide variety of activities that Evo participated in, I'm satisfied that Evo lived a full life, the Dominica life. Relying on information from Dave, I have concluded that Evo was truly Thomas Baptiste's child. To the Baptiste family, I extend condolences. No doubt, the pain of losing your dear sister and aunt and mother must be immeasurable. But when you reflect on the love you shared through the years, it would be equally immeasurable. God's word tells us Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. In Almighty God, you will find comfort. And as Evo sang, always remember, Jehovah Jireh is more than enough. May ever rest in peace and rise in glory at the coming of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Tom, and thank you for joining us virtually, even though you were not able to be with us in person, which we know was your intention. Thank you for being with us nonetheless. Joining us from the Republic of Barbados is former resident High Court judge in the Commonwealth of Dominica and currently a judge of the Barbados Court of Appeal. Her Ladyship, the Honorable Justice Victoria Charles Clark. I invite Justice Charles Clark to address the court.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice and Justices of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, Justice Pemberton from the Court of Appeal of Trinidad and Tobago. I am grateful for this opportunity that you've given me to add my voice to the numerous tributes paid to the late Evelina Baptiste. I will give a brief account of my association with her and the interactions we had. My first encounter with Evelina Baptiste was when she worked at the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court headquarters in St. Lucia, acting as registrar of the court from 2001 to 2002 under the leadership of former Chief Justice Sir Dennis Byron. At the time, I held the position of Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. During the frequent meetings I attended at the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court headquarters, I found her to be very warm, very pleasant, very humble, but very professional and punctilious in her approach to her work. My interactions with Evelina continued when she became Chief Magistrate of Dominica, and I held the position of Director of Public Prosecutions of St. Lucia from 2002 to 2016. We would sometimes meet at regional conferences, and we would share common experiences from our respective countries, especially our love and appreciation for our Creole culture. On these occasions, we often conversed and freely shared jokes in our local Creole dialect, which of course made it even richer and more amusing. When she became Director of Public Prosecutions in 2013, I would visit her at her chambers whenever I traveled to Dominica on personal business. We would engage in long discussions about the challenges we were facing as directors of public prosecutions, and we brainstormed ideas and possible solutions to these problems. I shared with her the initiative I had undertaken in St. Lucia to create the Crown Prosecution Service, which had received government approval. This saw the integration and consolidation of all prosecution services under the direct supervision and control of the Director of Public Prosecutions, which resulted in all police prosecutors being housed within the department of the Director of Public Prosecutions, where they received the necessary training and guidance in the conduct of their duties. Evelina embraced this model and successfully introduced it in Dominica. Up until I demitted office as High Court Judge of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court in 2022. To my knowledge, St. Lucia and Dominica were the only two jurisdictions which had successfully implemented this model. Evelina and I had lengthy discussions about the criminal procedure rules which were introduced in St. Lucia in 2004. She had a keen interest in these procedures, which were aimed at expediting the hearing of cases and reducing the backlog in criminal trials. Although she showed great interest in adopting these procedures, this required legislative changes which were not which were not her responsibility, or outside of her realm. She was also constrained by other challenges, such as limited resources, like most jurisdictions, to enable her to undertake the complete modernization of the department. To her credit, she effectively oversaw the system of preliminary inquiries, a paper committal for preliminary inquiries in Dominica, which shortened considerably the process of moving cases from the magistrate's court to the High Court and ensured speedier trials in the High Court. My next encounter with Ms. Baptiste was when I became judge of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court in September 2016 and was assigned to the Commonwealth of Dominica. She warmly welcomed me upon my arrival. Although we shared a prior friendship, she was very professional in her approach and appearances before me. Our prior friendship never created a conflict. We did have differences of opinion as we both sought to carry out our respective roles and responsibilities of our offices. Notwithstanding this, whenever we met at social gatherings, she continued to be the friendly and warm person I first met. She always had a hearty laugh, which easily broke the ice in difficult and uncomfortable situations. I particularly remember the Herculean efforts she made after the devastation caused by Hurricane Maria in 2018, which demolished the court premises and her own office. Her efforts, along with a team, to reconstruct files and get cases ready for trial again under the most difficult conditions were nothing but commendable. Despite the many challenges she faced, she never gave up in the face of adversity. She was always willing to embrace changes that would improve the administration of justice. She will be remembered for her tenacity, her commitment and dedication to public service, her industry and leadership in the various positions she held, and the tremendous contributions she made to the judicial and legal services of Dominica. No doubt she will be dearly missed by her daughter, Kewana, her brother, Justice Davidson Baptiste, as we have heard about his very close relationship with his sister, her other siblings and relatives, members of the judiciary and the legal fraternity here in Dominica and the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, and all persons with whom she interacted during her life on this earth and who mourn her passing. Death has become such a frequent occurrence, and on almost daily basis, we hear of the passing of someone whom we know very well, either tragically or otherwise. This brings little comfort to those who have lost their loved ones and are left to mourn. There can never be the right or appropriate words at times like these. On such occasions, when words fail, we can take solace in the words of Psalm 34, verse 18, that the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. And also Psalm 46, which is a favorite of mine. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in times of trouble. Therefore, we will not fear though the earth be removed and the mountains be carried into the midst of the seas. So to everyone mourning and who have been affected by the sudden passing of this life of Evelina Baptiste, I urge you to lay your burdens upon the Lord. There is some consolation in the fact that the last events in which she participated were reflective of her passion for her profession and giving praises and worshiping God. To you, Evelina, I pray that the angels may lead you into paradise and that the Lord welcome you into the bosom of Abraham. May her soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Justice Charles Clark. Speaking from the lower bench is the Chief Magistrate of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Her Honor Ms. Candida Harris Joy, whom I now invite to address the board.
Thank you, Chief Justice, Your Lordships. The late Miss Evelina Baptiste worked at the Dominica Magistrates Court for 10 years. She worked there in the capacity of magistrate from 2003 and was appointed as Chief Magistrate in 2007, a position in which she functioned until 2013. Staff of the Magistrates Court who worked with her describes Miss Baptiste as a nice person, a lovely lady, one who was very pleasant and humble, yet straightforward. She has also been described as an efficient, no-nonsense manager and a good team player who always wanted unity among staff. I must say personally that I learned a lot from Miss Baptiste. I was working as a state attorney attached to the DPP's office when I was transferred to the Magistrates Court to work as a magistrate. It took a couple of weeks for the paperwork to be organized so that I could go to take my oath before the president. In the interim, Miss Baptiste took me under her wings. I would follow her to court and take copious notes of everything that she was saying. By the time I took my oath, I was able to hit the ground running. I remember going to court with her in Portsmouth, and she shared her roti life with me. That was just the kind of person that Miss Baptiste was. She was easy to talk to. So in my early days on the bench, when I needed to run a troublesome legal issue by someone, or I needed clarity on some legal procedure, she was always willing to lend a listening ear and give good advice. I remember her constantly advocating for the revision of our old laws, which she always referred to as being antiquated. Ms. Baptiste carried a very pleasant disposition and would not hesitate to share a good laugh over some of the funny matters that came up at court. I can also say that she made a way for me, as in 2013, when she was appointed as DPP, I was elevated to the position of Chief Magistrate. I will always recall Friday, the 10th of January, the church service marking the opening of the law year 2025, because for many of us in the legal fraternity, this marked the last time that we saw Ms. Baptiste. I remember sitting in my seat and looking at her as she sang in the choir. It appeared to me that the movements of her mouth were not quite in sync with the words of the rendition that was being sung. I thought to myself, probably she doesn't know the words of the song. Little did I know that perhaps she had already begun to feel something wrong going on in her inside, which was preventing her from focusing on the song that she was singing. The following morning, I was shocked to be awakened to the tragic news of her death. It is comforting, however, to know that she served her country very well. On behalf of the entire staff of the Dominica Magistrates Court, we are grateful for the services that she rendered. Our sincere condolences go out to her daughter, Nawana, who was the pride and joy of her life, her brother, Justice Baptiste, and all the rest of her family. Miss Baptiste is gone, but she will never be forgotten. It pleases your lordship.
Thank you, Chief Magistrate. Now we've heard from the bench when Ms. Baptiste once sat as magistrate, Chief Magistrate. And we will now hear from the bar from where Ms. Baptiste once stood as State Attorney and Director of Public Prosecution. Attorney at Law and Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security and Legal Affairs, Ms. Joanne Commodore.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship.
I wish to acknowledge the other lordships, your ladyships. Your lordship, it's been well over a decade since I've done the role. And even longer since I presented to the court. But for Evelina, that is a small price to pay. Your lordship, I think I truly understood the impact that Miss Baptiste had when I asked for her file to ensure that I got my dates correctly. And I was asked by my staff, which file? Because there are so many files in her name. And those files tell the story of a great and fascinating woman who gave exemplary service to the Commonwealth of Dominica. Miss Evelina Baptiste served the Commonwealth of Dominica in several capacities, the most notable of which were the Chief Magistrate until 2013, where she left this role to take up another notable role as Director of Public Prosecutions. As Chief Magistrate, Ms. Baptiste was instrumental in revamping many of the administrative processes of the courts, most of which are still in use today. Ms. Baptiste was uniquely familiar with the entire island and could speak with authority on the habits, customs, and even the crimes common to every locale in Dominica. This made her extremely valuable. When Dominica was undertaking its behavioral mapping exercises, she sat with me and the consultants from several organizations such as IOM, Israel Aid, etc., after the passage of Hurricane Maria. She was able to apply this knowledge and help us with this very valuable exercise. The resulting report was finalized in 2019 and further updated in 2021. Ms. Baptiste has the distinction of being the first female director of public prosecution in the Commonwealth of Dominica, a role she's maybe most remembered for, although she held so many others. Ms. Baptiste was exceedingly respected in her field, in Dominica, throughout the region, and exemplified the tenets of that office, such as integrity, honesty, fairness, and she received high praise from the Chief of Police, the Head of Customs, the Superintendent of Prisons, as well as her colleagues in the legal profession. She served as a panelist on several occasions for the Caribbean Court of Justice and chairman of the Caribbean Association of Judicial Officers. Ms. Baptiste had a keen interest in seeing improvement of the role of judicial officers within the Commonwealth of Dominica and in the region. Ms. Baptiste was also one of the officers involved in the juvenile justice program in the early days of that program. And my lord, as you may know, this is a multifaceted program that was intended to target juveniles. My very first conversation with Ms. Baptiste in my official capacity as permanent secretary was about two things. One, she asked me for laptops for her staff, and the legal profession bill, which she continued to offer her services for, even after her retirement. She also served in other capacities within the public service, such as Deputy Registrar and Registrar of the Supreme Court, and sat on numerous committees and tribunals. It is undoubted that many of my colleagues will have much to say about the achievements of Ms. Baptiste, and we do well to recognize them as they are part of her legacy as a daughter of the soil. I can say with some authority that we have all been positively touched in one way or the other by Ms. Baptiste. However, we will also remember the other side of Ms. Baptiste. Her contagious laughter, her smile, her warmth, and her willingness to support everyone and every worthwhile cause. She would support all events of the ministry when she was with us, and she supported the bar initiatives upon retirement. We will remember how vibrant she was up until the very end. And I urge us to cling to the happy, jovial images that we have of this great lady on the days when we are bogged down with sadness over her sudden departure from us. She was a great attorney and an even better mother, sister, aunt, and friend. She loved her daughter with everything she had and was so proud of her achievements and the achievements of her wonderful family. To have known her and to have worked with her is truly an honor. To have benefited from her wisdom and experienced her warmth is an even greater honor. We are all deeply saddened by the loss of Miss Baptiste, but grief is the price that we pay for love. And we are lucky to have lost someone as great as her. I extend sincere sympathies on behalf of myself, the Honorable Minister for National Security, the staff of National Security, and indeed the Commonwealth of Dominica, to her daughter Nawana, her brother Honorable Justice Davidson Baptiste and her other siblings, her niece Honorable Shakira Lockhart and other nieces and nephews, the rest of her family, her loved ones, her friends. I likewise extend this sympathy to the legal fraternity collectively and know that several of you are her close friends, loved ones, and even family. One of the things that Ms. Baptiste and I used to talk about that we had in common was our love of literature. Literature was my first love and paved the way for my interest in law. So I know that she would appreciate this closing quote by Emily Dickinson. Unable other love to die, for love is immortality. Let us hold on to God's promise to bring comfort to the grief-stricken and to each other as we navigate through this trying time. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Ms. Commodore. President of the Dominica Bar Association, Mrs. Belize. Apologies, there's been some slight change in the program. The Director of Public Prosecution, Ms. Sherma Dalrib, will now address the court.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Justice and Justices. I must say that preparing for court today was one of the hardest tasks, having to speak at this special sitting, honoring the late Evelina Baptiste, former Director of Public Prosecutions of Dominica. I will start off by saying, it is often said that you will not know a person until you live with them. But we, at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, wish to add to this statement and say, you never know someone until you work with them. Because we worked with Ms. Baptiste, I, along with the other staff, both present and past, and of course, the police prosecutors, have so many fond and happy memories with our dear Ms. Baptiste that if I were to highlight them all, I would have to spend months speaking before this court. Ms. Baptiste, our former DPP, was an extraordinary person and lawyer. Firstly, I will always remember her as our first female Director of Public Prosecutions, a trailblazer for Dominican women. Indeed, she paved the way for all women who wish to fight for justice. And of course, she paved the way for me to take up the role of Director of Public Prosecutions of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I strongly believe that this is the greatest accomplishment of Ms. Baptiste in her professional career. In support of this, I will speak to you on how our dear Ms. Baptiste was a superb DPP. I have been worked with Ms. Baptiste from the day she took up her role as DPP. Having the responsibilities under Section 72 of the Constitution is not an easy task. I will sometimes say that taking on these roles and responsibilities can fall on all four with the guidance coming from Pratt and Morgan, cruel and inhumane treatment at times. I believe that not only after working in the office of the director, I believe that one can only, after working in the office of director of public prosecutions, fully appreciate the work of a DPP and a prosecutor. Ms. Baptiste displayed all the characteristics of someone who came to be a minister of justice and who was clearly willing to take the proper decisions without fear or favor. We, at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, use the symbol of Lady Justice to describe Ms. Baptiste. Ms. Baptiste, she did everything with grace and dignity. She was not aggressive and was very much slow to anger. For a matter of fact, I can never remember Ms. Baptiste getting angry at anyone she came across while doing her professional duties. No matter how we as state attorneys at times felt that a police file lacked evidence or was just not up to standard, Ms. Baptiste would never display anger or get upset. Further, Ms. Baptiste was never disgusted by some of the heinous crimes that the accused were brought before the court for. She treated even the accused fairly. A true minister of justice. Noteworthy is that Ms. Baptiste never got upset at colleagues or her staff. She was always kind and respectful to the court and to members of the bar. This is how we came about the symbol of Lady Justice representing Ms. Baptiste. Lady Justice, a symbol of justice, representing the idea that the law should be unbiased and impartial. She is often depicted holding scales, a sword, and sometimes a blindfold. The blindfold represented the impartiality that Ms. Baptiste showed to all, and that justice should not be based on appearance. The scales represent the balance that Ms. Baptiste brought to prosecution, and that she always acted as a minister of justice. The sword represents her knowledge of the law, and that the law can both protect and punish. Now, we would wish to add to the symbol of Lady Justice a wob duet, as Ms. Baptiste was very cultured. She would be wearing a wob duet or a very chic dress. As we know, wherever she showed up as any function, she would always be properly attired. Also, besides her professional capabilities, Ms. Baptiste was a mother to us all and a grandmother or godmother to our children. She always had a listening ear for our problems. And she was always the first to know our children's plans, because as soon as they came in the office at lunchtime, she would be the first to have a conversation with them. My son at the age of 6 once confided in her and told her about his love for pizza, and that one day he would be opening his pizza shop called Double Bubble Pizza. She never forgot that. And even as a teenager, whenever she met him, she would ask him, when is he opening that pizza shop? And she always pledged her support on that venture. Miss Baptiste, our mother, always had fun times with us, some of which included tubing down the Concord River, picnics at the Bell Hall Beach on Boxing Day, office dinners, and for sure, she always celebrated her staff birthdays. Justice Baptiste, family, and dear friends of Miss Baptiste, we thank you for sharing this wonderful person with us. We thank you for not being jealous, because we know at times we took up most of her time. We are indeed grateful that we got to know this dedicated and loving lady. Before I close, I wish to share with everyone here the fondest memory I have of Miss Baptiste. It was Juve morning, 6 a.m. on the Bayfront. And there was a huge crowd of youngsters following the Triple K band. I'm standing outside Fresh Market watching the crowd, not daring to venture in that crowd. But then I note a familiar face in the crowd. And this familiar face are among the rough guys. She's wearing a beret, a red beret on her head. And she's chipping down the road. But she's doing all this gracefully and dignified. She's looking like a Cuban revolutionary with that red. And I remember this as my fondest memory of her because it just shows who she was. She could fit in anywhere. She was cultured, she was loving, therefore everybody loved her. Because my first concern was, what is Miss Baptiste doing at the front of Triple K? Shipping. And where is her security officer? I saw the security officer trying to keep up with her, but she wants to be in the middle. She loved carnival. She loved carnival. She loved queen shows. She loved pageantry. She loved to judge the carnival bands on the road, but she's in the middle of Triple K. And she looked dignified, distinguished, and loved in the crowd. Nobody was bothering Miss Baptiste because she bothered no one. She was there with everyone, and everyone looked out for her. And this is how I want us to remember Miss Baptiste. Loving, dignified, and respectful. Because what you give is what you get. This is why society loved her and respected her. Sometimes we would go to the supermarket with Miss Baptiste, and accused would walk up to her. Hi, Miss Baptiste, how you doing? And she would be having a long conversation. Like, Miss Baptiste, you know, this is the person you sent to jail 3 years ago. Yes, yes. But it just showed that because she gave a fairness to everyone, she got respect from everyone. On behalf of myself, my family, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, we wish to extend sympathy to you, the family of our dear Miss Baptiste. And we hope that you find courage in these trying times. And we urge you to remember Miss Baptiste for the legacy she has laid down in Dominica. She found the foundation she has started for us, and especially for women. She has brought the ladies' approach to prosecution. Fairness, justice, equality. These are my words in respect of the late Miss Evelina Baptiste.
Thank you, Director of Public Prosecution. Representative of the Dominica Bar Association, Joel Harris.
Thank you. Thank you, Member. May it please you, Lord, Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Justice of Appeal, and Justices of the High Court, particularly Justice Baptiste. Good morning. My Lord, I also wish to greet in a very special way the family and friends of the late Evelina Baptiste, especially her daughter. My Lord, it is with your kind permission that I rise on behalf of the Dominica Bar Association to pay tribute to Miss Baptiste, as I call her. I must say, I never get used to speaking at these special sittings. Despite the honor of being permitted to acknowledge and celebrate the contributions made by our late colleagues to the profession, to their communities, and to us individually, recognizing the loss of a colleague is always difficult. And in Miss Baptiste's case, it was most sudden and unexpected. Her sudden departure serves as a solemn reminder of life's fleeting nature. As scripture says in James 4:14, what is life? You are a mist that appears for a little while and then vanishes. While we have no control over when that mist will vanish, luckily we do have some control over what type of life we live and the impression we leave with those we encounter on the journey. I believe I can speak for everyone that Miss Baptiste encountered when I say that she left an impression of kindness, lightheartedness, and honesty. Those who knew her better knew she loved plants and animals and had a very creative and nurturing spirit. Miss Baptiste was more than just a colleague. She was a friend to many of us. I believe I must have always known Miss Baptiste, probably through my parents, because I cannot recall ever meeting her. So I will quickly go through how my knowledge of Miss Baptiste grew over the years. I first knew Miss Baptiste had a love of carnival when she and Noana would join our carnival costume band, Mercury. Back then, Noana would be in the children's section. That's how I got to know Noana. I then got to know Miss Baptiste as a neighbor when I moved to Bobois. And in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria, we worked together in our neighborhood hurricane relief committee. One of our neighbors had zoned the entire neighborhood into 6 zones, and Miss Baptiste took on the responsibility of heading zone 3, I think it was, which means she had to find out the capacity and special needs of all the residents in her zone and also distribute to them, according to need, the items we received for the area. We kept the committee going for a while after things had gotten back to normal. It was a small committee council of sorts by that time. We would meet off and on to discuss any issues affecting the neighborhood and how we could remedy them. I got to witness Miss Baptiste's vast general knowledge and sense of humor during those committee meetings. I then moved to an apartment across the street from Miss Baptiste. And for 2 years, we would exchange pleasantries in the morning over my morning coffee and her watering her plants. That's when I got to know her great love and knowledge of plants. Those moments will always warm my heart. Miss Baptiste was, well, before I get to that, my lord, I said I was rising on behalf of the Bar Association. So let me get to how I know Miss Baptiste as regards her contribution to the Bar Association. In the past year, Miss Baptiste showed herself as a very dedicated member of our legal fraternity. Her contributions to the Bar Association were nothing short of selfless. She was a guest on our radio program, Legally Speaking, which is where we have lawyers come and educate the public on various legal issues. And she came on a few times. I think she was our most regular guest, actually. And she was always very eager to share her knowledge and experience in the law with the public. And she took it very seriously. She would prepare for the program like she was preparing for a court case. Miss Baptiste was also a devoted member to Voices of the Bar, our Bar Association choir, giving her all in every performance. In fact, she only ever missed practice if she was sick, if she didn't have a ride at all, because sometimes she would ask one of us to come for her as well, or when she was preparing for the Legally Speaking program. In fact, just before falling ill, Miss Baptiste had sung, which some have referred to already, had sung with our choir at the Seventh-day Adventist Church, where we held a service for the opening of the law year. The news we received that afternoon was the last thing we expected to hear. That evening, we stayed up praying for her together. We stayed up praying together, both in the Dominica Bar Association executive chat and the choir chat. Our prayers, of course, were for her recovery and for her to remain with us. Little did we know that God had planned for her complete healing and for her return to Him. When the choir started practicing in June or August for our Christmas caroling last year, I got to spend a lot more time with Miss Baptiste. It is then that I found out that Miss Baptiste's name was not Evelina, but Evelina. And I was always calling her Evelina. She had never corrected me. At our choir practices, Mrs. Baptiste's warmth, kindness, and unwavering sense of dedication truly shone through. She was not just a participant, she was a presence. She brought lightness and laughter, and she gave of herself so fully and willingly. There was never any fuss with Miss Baptiste. She was always game for anything. It is only after we had finished our Christmas caroling and the choir had met to hang out for a bit that I found out about Miss Baptiste's adventurous side. She told us of a story when she was in Trinidad and was trying or attempting to stay at a guest house in San Fernando. Needless to say, she explained that the reason she was trying to do that, of course, she was unsuccessful with San Fernando, but the reason she was trying to do that was because every time she traveled, she always wanted to experience the place that she was going to as a local. So she didn't want to stay in a hotel. She didn't want to feel like a tourist. She wanted to feel like a person who was there, and so she was staying at guest houses. I must say I admired her just a little bit more after that story. Miss Baptiste was a woman of many talents, some of which I only found out about after her passing. I did not know before that she used to paint, and very beautifully, in fact. But more importantly than that, Miss Baptiste was a woman of heart, whether through her legal work, her community involvement, or her contributions to music and culture. She touched lives in a way that words can scarcely capture. Her absence leaves a void that will not easily be filled, but her legacy will live on in the work she did and in the lives she impacted. We have lost a dear member of our legal family, of our choir family, but we take solace in knowing that her contributions, her laughter, and her kindness will forever remain in our hearts. The passing of Miss Baptiste is a profound loss, not just to us as members of the bar, but to all who were fortunate enough to know her. Let us continue to remember her for the joy she brought, the passion she exuded, and the dedication she showed to everything she undertook. On behalf of the Bar Association Executive, on behalf of Voices of the Bar Association Choir, and on behalf of my family and myself, I wish to express our deepest and most sincere sympathies to Justice Baptiste, Nawana, and the rest of Miss Baptiste's family and her friends. May you be comforted that Miss Baptiste's body is now whole and her pain is over. May you find peace in the knowledge that she was welcomed by family who had gone before her. May you be strengthened in the promise that you will see her again. She will be greatly missed. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Niño Evelina, yo, de realidad.
Thank you, my lordship. Justice. Protocol have been established, sorry. But I want to recognize your brother, Davidson, Justice Davidson. And the family of, the entire family of Evelina, especially her daughter. I have known Evelina from childhood. Our families were very close. We lived in River Street. We lived in Upper River Street in Roseau. I lived in the Lower River Street. And the family, I remember the grandmother Matone, who was selling her vegetables. And she was close to my grandmother Marquise, who was a baker. And the uncle, the brother's father, brother Thomas, the father, her father Thomas. And Thomas and myself, we went to school, we went to the Rosa Boys School. We played together, we played football together. We represented Dominica together. He was once my captain. We traveled through the Remote Islands. And I found he was a very, he was a very interesting person. We called him, with permission, I refer to him as Kada. That's how we refer to the father, Thomas Baptiste. Kada. And I remember that he was the founding member of the sporting Humbermere Sports Club. He was the captain of the cricket club, Humbermere Cricket and Football Club. And I was the captain of the Blackburns Cricket and Football Club. You know, we had a battle when both clubs met, you know. I remembered when my daughter, young daughter, went to the convent high school. And when she entered the school, she apparently was elected as captain of the class. She was, and you know, children. Apparently, she got some difficulties there with the others. And when she came home and she said, "Daddy, you know, the captain of this, they elected me captain of this team, and some girl came and they didn't like this. But when they sort of tried to trouble her, she said this senior girl came and defended me. She sort of assisted me. So I was then very active in politics. And I wanted to know who was this girl who was going to defend my daughter. I wanted to know if it was one of my supporters. It turned out that this girl who defended my daughter was the sister of Evelina. Thomas's daughter, Hazel. I didn't see her here today, Hazel. I say so because of I met Thomas after, and I gave him the story, and he says, I said, hey, Kada, you know, boy, your daughter defended my daughter, you know. He says, boy, they don't play with Rosa boys. Tell her they don't play with Rosa boys. And you know, he was, and that is the kind of relationship that we had, the family relationship and what. I remember Thomas was he was very interested in the law. And when the Court of Appeal, when I was registrar, and the Court of Appeal sat in Dominica, we had, there was the court was then at the next to we had the Parliament building it. And there were almost three citizens who were very prominent. Every time the Court of Appeal sat in Dominica. And these three prominent fixtures, Mr. E.C. Loblack, Mr. Thomas Baptiste, Evelina's father. And there was Marceline Levad, some of you will know, a very politician, and Fred Brown, an ex-policeman. And they were there religiously every time the court sat. And I remember Chief Justice Ali Lewis of St. Lucia. He summoned me once and he said to me, he wanted to meet these three people in the court. And I did so. We met. The court was living at the house when they came to Dominica at the Astor Hotel, which is just next to the courthouse. And one afternoon we met, and I told them that the Chief Justice and the court wanted to meet them. And we arranged to meet at the Astor Hotel after court. And Mr. Baptiste, Thomas Baptiste, Mr. Loblack, and Mr. Brown, they met. And the Chief Justice Ali Lewis said, remember, I was telling them when he noticed that they always there. And then that it was good that, you know, citizens, and as if E.C. Loblack was the spokesman for the group. And he said, yes, my lord, yes, my lord, yes, my lord. We have to know what is going on in the country. And the Chief Justice said, so Mr. Loblack, you are the Mr. Loblack of fame, of trade union fame. He said, yes, my lord. I'm with Mr. Austin Winston. He said, yes, my lord, yes, my lord. And from then I knew that Dr. Thomas Baptiste, having discussions with him, every time we went, he would talk about the law. So I knew that he wanted, as he told me, he wanted some of his children to be lawyers. And so when Davidson became a lawyer, I wasn't surprised. When Evelina became a lawyer, I wasn't surprised. And Davidson, I can say, when we met, when he told me he was going to KVL, we have discussed it and whatnot. And from that time, when we meet, even up to when I called him about the death, we always quit each other. Granville Williams learning the law. Granville Williams learning the law, and you know. I remember when Evelina was when she was in St. Lucia. She was acting chief registrar in St. Lucia. And the Chief Justice, Dennis Byron, he summoned me when I was Attorney General of Dominica. He summoned me to a meeting in St. Lucia. And there was also Justice Albert Matthew, field judge, the OECS. And the discussion was the whole question of moving Evelina from St. Lucia to Dominica as chief magistrate. And the reason there being, there was a discussion concerning these Telford Georges and Charles Maynard report concerning the regionalization of the magistracy. And I was one of the architects of that the report when the attorneys general, like Bart of St. Kitts, there was Anthony of Grenada, there was La Covigne, I think, of St. Lucia, and there was Gertrude. She spoke today. She was, I think, then the Attorney General of Antigua. And we got the whole question, it was discussed, the whole question of the regionalization of the magistracy, so that the magistrates would come under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, and that magistrates would be able to be transferred from one island to the other. The report is still there, I'm sure about it. And we looked at Evelina, and she says I think we could use her to coordinate. And I want you, as the Attorney General, to see how you could get her appointed as Chief Magistrate in Dominica. That is how she became. As a matter of fact, when we met at the heads of government meeting in Grenada, Sir Byron, we met and discussed it again. And Evelina was appointed not chief magistrate, but magistrate in Dominica. That was the beginning. Well, then the Covigne and the Attorney General, we all left almost together. And I think that was the end of that kind of discussion, suggestion. I remember that when Evelina then was offered the position of DPP for Dominica, and she consulted me. She sought my advice as to whether she should take that position. And we discussed it, and I told her, yes, I think you should. I held the position on two previous occasions, and I believe that this is one of the most independent position under the Constitution of Dominica, and that you should take that position. And I said, you know, if you do your work properly and honestly, you know they cannot fire you when you take that position, because it will be difficult for them to fire you. told her how to remove her. They could not remove her like that. Tribunal would have to be set up and whatnot. I think Evelina, and it's there in the booklet. The achievements alone will show you that she has contributed considerably to the development of Dominica and the wider region. I think she did her best. She was also a community-oriented person, just like Wagner. She loved now, for instance, she was involved in the carnival celebrations and organizations in Dominica. She was a judge for Calypso's competition for years. She loved her country. She worked hard for her country. She did the best she could. I want to say to her daughter that your mother loved you, and to tell you that you could never ever get another mother in your life. But I am sure that your mother left blessings with you. And these blessings will make you and see you through. Never give up. Pray hard. And it is not the end. It's not the end for you. The good Lord giveth and he takes. Gives and he takes. Your mother answered the call, and when that call comes, none of us can say, no, we are not coming. Remember this. My counsel, Zena Dyer and Gina Dyer joined me in extending condolences to the entire family. With your permission, my lords, I want to say that in keeping with the tradition of the profession, and that is the reason and civility that is our former Attorney General Bernard Wilshire, who is not well. And I am sure if he was, he would have been here today. I think we need to pray for him and wish him well. I asked my colleagues, a little phone call will do. His number is 225-1948. Evelina. Evelina. I can say that she tried her best in her performance, his duties as registrar, chief registrar, DPP. She tried her best to maintain the independence of the judiciary. She felt, and we have discussed it, that this was always the independence of the judiciary and the separation of powers must be maintained. And as the Telford George says, no society has survived without law, historically. It would, with your permission, I seek Mr. Curtis Matthew is around. Yes. I would just want to advise him not to say what I didn't say. Thank you, Manal.
Thank you, my Lord. Chief Justice Honorable Mario Mitchell, acting of Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. My Lords Justice Davidson Baptiste, Justice Colin Williams, retired Justice, my Lord Justice David Harris, my ladies, Madam Justice Charmaine Pemberton, Justice of Appeal of the Trinidad and Tobago Court, and Madam Justice Alami. Other members of the bench, members of the bar, and most importantly, the daughter and family of our departed colleague and friend, Evelina Eleonora McQueen Baptiste. Good morning. I thank the court for the opportunity for addressing you today on this special sitting where we commemorate the passing of our friend and colleague, Evelina. It's a sad occasion that we are more regular or frequently here at this time, at these times, special sitting for our fallen colleagues. And in my words of tribute, I will chronicle a few personal interactions that I had with Evelina. Evelina was called to the bar in Dominica in 1995. And I first recall meeting with her when she served as registrar of the High Court. As a registrar, her door was always open to counsel, and she would cordially receive me in her office to address any area of concern that I had, or simply to say good morning. Evelina later served on the bench, and although I did not appear before her, often it was my observation when I did so that she conducted her court efficiently, and that she accorded respect not only to the counsel who appeared before her, but most importantly, to the litigants. And I think this was a testament of her upbringing in the Baptist household. A household which I am sure molded Evelina into the multifaceted individual that she was. I knew her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Baptiste of blessed memory. They were well-known and respected couple. Her father, the stately gentleman, Mr. Thomas Baptiste,
and a mother who I knew as Ma Baptiste. She worked at the public library together with my sister Sherry. Ma Baptiste, I recall, was always elegantly dressed. She loved the written word, and I think she is a published author, I recall. I think that Evelina, no doubt, was influenced by both her parents. She had a flair for the arts and culture. She embraced our rich cultural heritage. She loved the calypso, and as was said before, she judged calypso shoes. And this year, 2025, she was in fact to judge the road parade. She was also a lover of nature. When you went to her home, her plants, all her succulents, she took care of them. And as was said before, she really appreciated culture, arts, and the beauty of nature. I developed a closer relationship with Evelina because her daughter and my nieces were at school together, especially Joel. I consider her to be a friend, not someone who I called every day or who called me every day. But whenever we spoke, we would speak for hours. And now with the modern telephone, we can see that. Or 130 minutes and or 145 minutes. She would call me and would talk about everything and anything under the sun. After her retirement from the public service, and she opened Baptiste Consultancy and Law Office, she would call me and we would speak about the new probate rules and the challenges that we were facing and try to decipher about between ourselves how we would deal with it. And whenever I would call her, I was assured that whatever I said to her would be held in confidence. She was a straightforward, no-nonsense person. And whenever she offered me any advice, I knew that it was honest and that whatever observations she gave would be without any guile or any deception. On a more personal note, for the past 50 days or more, I have shared New Year's dinner or lunch with Evo and her daughter. And this year was no exception. And in 2023, she was joined by her friend, Madam Justice Sharman Bemberton. We sat together next to each other on that New Year's Day, 1st of January 2025. Both of us dressed in white, talking, laughing, and we sat looking at our array of desserts. And I said, I'm going to partake of these. And Evelina, we know, had her life before law. I guess probably a science student. She told me, you can't eat all that sugar all. I told her I will drink water when I'm she said, oh, you still have the sugar in your body. And she remarked to me about the marijuana. And now I cannot understand why I could make such an unscientific child, because marijuana seemed to have a difficulty with the dilution of sugar in your body. And I said, yes, Evelina, I know. I will have the same amount of sugar in my body, but I'm going to eat it anyhow. My last communication with Evo was on January 8th, 2025, when I shared the pictures that were taken on New Year's with Nawana. I sent them for her, your beautiful daughter. She thanked me and she sent me a smiling emoji. I traveled out of state on evening of the 9th. So I was not present at the opening of the courts in Dominica. I was in our sister island of St. Lucia. And I returned to my Airbnb and I saw some messages coming in about Evelina's hospitalization. The executive of the bar were talking about it. And like my colleague before me said, Miss Joel Harris, that we were praying on the hour every day. Of course, I departed in St. Lucia Friday night off to Glozili. But I did get a chance to say my prayers. And I remember the last time that we were called to pray by our colleague, Joel. And I opened my phone, I saw a message from Justice Baptiste. I shared it with the executive. And we were all devastated by the news. Of course, the question, why hold? We cannot fathom why or how. We have to accept. We say the phrase, born too soon, when we hear of the untimely passing of anyone that we love. However, we are not the architect of time, and we can be assured that God, who Evelina knew and who she served, called her home to him. I would like to conclude with these few words and of course express my sincerest condolences and sympathies to Nawana, her siblings, her family members, and all who mourn, not only on behalf of myself, but on behalf of my colleagues in chambers, Mrs. June Prevo, Ms. Chelsea Frampton, my family, Cheryl, especially Cheryl and Joan. I also express condolences on behalf of my cousin, former Justice Ayante Leger Gigi. She recalls when Ivo acted as chief registrar, that she would come and sit with her daughter and hold her daughter on weekends so that she could rest. She said she was there at a time when she needed her most, and she appreciated her for that. My Lord, we can only trust that God knew his plan for all of us. He knows his plan for all of us. And we can be assured that he will strengthen us and comfort us with his Holy Spirit in our lives. I pray that your families feel his comfort at this time and you are strengthened as you go through this trying time. May the Emerald Queen rest in peace. Continue
law.
May it please you, my Lord, Chief Justice, honorable justices. Lord, I rise today not only to mourn the passing of our fallen colleague, but to praise her and to recount some experiences with her while reflecting on her passing. My Lord, I propose to be unusually brief in my remarks, which I think my colleagues would appreciate. Well, it is written that the life and death of each of us has its influence on others. And so it is with the passing of our sister and colleague, Evelina Baptiste, Evo, as I knew her. Permit me, my lords, to adopt the comments of His Lordship Davidson Baptist when I appeared before him last week, I think it was, and express the condolences on the passing of Evo. And he said to me in response, my lord, that the death of Evo has impacted me at the core. My lord, it has impacted us all at the core. And we stand with you in solidarity because we are all impacted, my lord, by her passing. The passing of Evo has brought into sharp focus for us the fragility of life. I am advised that the psalmist in Psalm 8 says, "What is man that you are mindful of him? Mortal man that you care for him. Yet you have made him a little lower than the angels and crowned him with glory and honor." My Lord, I think that Evo wore her crown with grace and dignity. And we will all concur in those sentiments. It seemed like just yesterday that Evo commenced her studies in law through the UWI Challenge program in Dominica. At that time, I worked at UWI a lot, and that's where I got to know her first. there was a strict quota on the amount of students from Dominica who would be admitted, and she was one of two to matriculate from the challenge program into the year 2 at UWI, at Kville. I followed the following year after her. So, my lord, it is a little vintage. When I got to Barbados, my lord, we had to carry a couple courses over from the challenge program. So some of us had 7 courses while the average student had 5. At the first exam, my lord, she organized a strict routine for us. So we formed a study group where we studied all day, and we slept by rotation, which she organized. So there were 3 of us, and we were only permitted to sleep for 2 hours. And if you slept more, she would come to wake you up. You must get up to study because we had additional work to do. And that was the regiment that she placed, she organized a lot. We studied at her apartment. In year 2, the following semester, she had moved to better accommodation at Wanstead. I think most of us know Wanstead. And the change that took place at Wanstead, my lord, I can never forget. That's where I first heard her playing her recorder. And we at that time had a very well-structured, segregated portfolio. She played her recorder every afternoon after classes. She and her flatmate cooked, and they ensured that I ate. And but I, for my part, reciprocated. So having come from a baking family, I baked twice a week. Only twice a week, but I baked sufficient amounts. And not only bread, but we also had potato puddings and all the delicacies that were baked at that time. So we all enjoyed and we cared for each other. But that was Evelina to the core. She had a deep caring for others, and she ensured that we succeeded because she pulled us to the finish line. And we all succeeded. And we can never forget those experiences because they were foundational. She was a friend. She was like a big sister, and she got us there. We are who we are today because she impacted us in that manner. This was just the beginning. But the end came too quickly. And the last time I saw her was in December of 2024. And she was shopping for her flower garden. Shopping for her flower garden. Most of us, my lord, would have been occupied shopping for other things. But her flower garden was very important to her. And in our conversation, I got to know that she was not playing the recorder at that time. She had moved to the voices of the bar. She had graduated. And in January, my lord, 2025, was the last performance. And if your lordships would permit me, I just want to refer to the song that she sang on that day. And that song says, Jaira, you are enough. Lord, if I were permitted to share some reflections on that song, I listened to it in preparing this presentation and I put it the words, I wrote down the words, and the word says, I will be content in every circumstance. Jaira, you are enough. Forever enough. Always enough. more than enough. Don't want to forget how I feel right now on the mountaintop. I can see so clear what it's all about. Stand by my side when the sun goes down. Don't want to forget how I feel right now. Jireh, you are enough. Well, Lord, we would never know if she in her body felt that the sun was going down. We would never know. But what we do know is that she said, Jireh, you are enough. My Lord, in a former incarnation, I was told that Jireh means the God who provides, the God who provider. And whatever she felt, whether while singing or laying on that bed at the hospital, Jireh was enough. And my Lord, not only did she sing, but she left us some words of comfort as well, as if to care for us, just as she cared for us in Barbados, when she had us on the strict regiment of studies. That word, my Lord, of that song, the words of that song says, and I wish to commend those words, my Lord, to your Lordship, Justice Baptiste, and to your family, and to our colleagues. My Lord, the words say this: if he dresses the lilies with beauty and splendor, how much more will he clothe you? If he watches over every sparrow, how much more does he love you? More than you ask or think or imagine, according to his powers working in us. It's more than enough. Jireh, you are more than enough. I will be content in every circumstance. Jireh, you are enough. That's what she said. Less than 24 hours before she transitioned. Jireh, you are enough. Lord, I wish to commend for your consideration the immortalized poem of Maya Angelou, I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings. And parts of that poem, the Lord says, the caged bird sings of freedom. The freed bird thinks of another breeze, and trade winds soft through the sighing trees, and the fat worms waiting on the dawn bright lawn, and he names the sky his own. That's the difference, my Lord, between the caged bird and the freed bird. The freed bird names the sky as his own. And the freed soul of our sister, beloved, our fallen colleague, has been lifted on the breeze of eternity and has made the sky its own. Because her Jireh, my Lord, was enough. My Lord, may we be comforted by a life well lived, and her soul who affirmed that our God, who she sang for and who provides, is more than enough. My Lord, I am sure that no words can describe your unimaginable loss, which, as you said, has impacted you to the core. However, my Lord, her life was a life well lived, and the impact on us will never be forgotten. May her soul rest in peace, and like the life of the freed bird, may it sail, my Lord, and make the skies fall. We treat you, Lords and the ladies.
Attorney at Law, Miss Evelina Benjamin.
Hello, Chief Justice, your lordships, your ladyships. Allow me to adopt the protocol as has already been established, save to request special permission to welcome the family of our sister, Evelina Baptiste. Your lordships, we are honored, we are here to honor the life and the legacy of a woman of integrity who dedicated herself to upholding the law and serving the cause of justice. Retired DPP Evelina Baptiste was a highly respected member of both the legal community and of civil society. She was known for her uprightness, impartiality, and unwavering commitment to the law and to fairness. We've all heard that already today. I first met Evo after returning from studies in 1997. And although she was 2 years ahead of us because of the challenge program, when we entered into second year, I never met her at UWI, I never met her at law school. We both served as magistrates in Dominica, but we never worked together. When I served as magistrate in Dominica, she was registrar of the High Court. When she became chief magistrate, I was in private practice, but I appeared before her on many occasions. And later when she became DPP, I had migrated to Anguilla as the senior/chief magistrate of Anguilla. But we met frequently at conferences and we became really good friends. I've always known Evo to be warm, and they've all said that today, warm, welcoming, friendly, respectful of everyone. She had no airs about her. She was not judgmental of others. She was the true embodiment of what justice represents. A woman blind to all the things that make us unfair or unjust to others. That was said earlier today by the DPP. And her focus was on the law and whatever case she was dealing with at the time. And in the courtroom, Evo was known to exhibit a steady calmness. She was calm. Rarely have I ever seen her upset. And not only was she unruffled, but she operated with such grace. And I've also heard that term used several times today to describe her. And when she disagreed with you on any point of law or any issue, she simply said what had to be said and she moved on. Whenever we met at overseas conferences, Evo always contributed to whatever workshop discussions were going on, whatever exercises that we were given. And I always felt very proud of the way she held her own with such confidence and clarity. And I also heard the word clarity as well today. One of the things we always did when we met at overseas conferences was to leave the hotel, find a local restaurant somewhere, and we would dine there. And I also heard that again earlier today, where she would look for the local experience whenever she traveled. And that was always fun. Emma was bright, I heard that as well, sharp on the law. She understood the law well, she applied the law appropriately. I have never heard lawyers complain about Evo, whether it's about her competence or her fairness. She just conducted her matters really professionally. Her personality was well suited to the law and her disposition as well. And Evo, she loved the Creole language, although I always thought she spoke it like Rosa people Creole. But she loved the Creole language. From October 2023, Evo had been journeying with us, a group of us. It's an interesting little program we have going on. I'm the founder of an institute that's called the Institute of Spiritual Leadership and Growth Mentorship. And we call it for short, well, Institute. And we started in 2023. And the aim of the Institute was to help Catholics to grow spiritually stronger, to develop a better understanding of scripture and a deeper desire for prayer. And so we have monthly workshops at the Pastoral Center, and we have activities around prayer and faith building. And when I invited Evo to be part of the Institute, I wasn't sure how she was going to respond. But Evo responded positively, and she's been attending and she's been enjoying the workshops because she told me how they have been impacting her and how she's been growing spiritually in a better understanding of the fact that she was here for a particular purpose. And so she had directed her life to serving, to not wasting time, but being, guided by something higher than what we all think we're here for. All right. And so I recall at one of the workshops, we were having a break, and her daughter Nawana came to the pastoral center to bring lunch for Evo. And Mrs. Evans and I, head of Mrs. Evans, we were complimenting her on having such a caring daughter. And Evo had a big smile on her face, and she's like, I told her not to bring anything for me. I told her not to bring anything. Look, she brought fruit. And she was so proud of Nawana. And she was explaining to us how protective that Nawana was of her. And it was a joy. It was a joy to watch her that day. So pleased and so happy with, with Nawana taking the initiative to do something that the mom didn't ask her to do, because she was caring for her mother. In October of 2023, Evo came to my office, and she sat with me, and we spent almost the whole morning together. And we were talking about her retirement, and the conversation shifted to her time in Malta when she studied for her master's degree in maritime law. And she was explaining to me how delighted she was that her own daughter, Nawada, had of her own accord decided to study for a master's degree in maritime law at the same institute in Malta that where Evo studied. But what was of equal delight to Evo was the fact that, one of Evo's batchmates who studied with Evo in whatever year she did her LLM was now the head of the Maritime Institute. And that particular person was lecturing Nawana. So when they discovered the connection between all three of them, it really was a delight for the lecturer as well as it was for Evo. My Lord, there is a saying that we will all have our last encounter with those that we know and those that we love. The sad thing is that we will never know when. My last encounter with Evo was a week after she came to my office. We celebrated 1 year of the existence of the Institute, and we had a church service, so all members of the Institute came, because we came to the Catholic Church. And after that, we had a day of fun up at Bell's at the riverside, at the place of retired Justice Brian Allen. It was a lovely day. Nawana came, the friends, and we had such a beautiful day. And many people in the Institute recall the conversations with everyone that day. And sadly, that was the last time we actually met together as a group. And during the Christmas season, Evo shared with me via WhatsApp an array of the videos that she had taken with the Bar Association Choir as they sang the Christmas carols, bringing cheer to the elderly people in the various nursing homes. She shared these with me, and that was the last time we really communicated, because I was extremely busy handling some things that I never got a chance to get around to touching base with people as I normally would have done. And so, like everyone else, I was very, very, very saddened to hear of her sudden passing. And I'm still trying to process it, as I'm sure many of you are, especially the family. I'm sure that you're trying to process it as well. Evo was very aware that life was more than just what we see in this earth realm. She understood that there is a realm that's far more superior than this earth realm, and that is the spiritual realm from which we all came and from which we all will return. And she was aware that from that realm, she was given an assignment on this earth that she had to focus on, because that is what she had to go back to the spiritual realm to give an account of. So she became aware of that, and she took it very, very seriously, and she focused on that. The legal community has lost a brilliant mind, a true champion of justice. And as we mourn her passing, let us also celebrate her life and the invaluable contribution that she has made, both to Dominica and to the region. She has left behind a legacy of excellence and commitment to hard work. In closing, on behalf of the members of the Institute, and on my own behalf, I extend my heartfelt condolences to you, Justice Baptiste, where he's Yeah. And to the entire family, and especially to you, Nawana, you've lost a parent. It is my prayer that our Lord Jesus Christ will give you the grace to walk through this storm, and that with time, the pain will lessen as you hold on to the good memories of Evo. She will be greatly missed, but her legacy will live on in you and the rest of the family and in the many lives that she has touched. May her memory be a blessing to all of us, and may she rest in peace. I thank you.
Senior Law, doing your report.
May it please you, honorable judges, and to the family and friends of our beloved colleague, Evelina. I would like to share with you all a poem that I found that I believe will give us all comfort if we were to embrace the words that are written here. It actually says, I have not gone, and it says by author unknown. So we don't know who wrote it, but I have found comfort in it, and I'm asking or I'm hoping that the rest of us do. It says, and this is what I believe Evelina would be. Well, let me correct myself. Evelina would have wanted us to think that she will say to us, you think I've gone, that I am dead, and life has lost its will. But look around, I am right there, living with you still. I watch your tears, I feel your pain, I see the things you do. I weep as well, each time you cry, my soul, it lives with you. It gives such joy to hear you laugh and do the things you do. And when you smile, or bygone days, I smile right with you too. For we're still one, just you and me, one mind, one soul, one being, walking forward into life, though only you are seen. And in the stillness of the night, when the pain, it really starts, stretch out a little with your mind and draw me to your heart. For I am always right in there, always by your side, for you have been all my life's days, my joy, my love, my pride. My Lord, I would like to mention when I first heard of the passing of Evelina. The opening of the law year 2025 dawned on the 10th of January, and I did not attend. I could not attend because I had a nasty flu. The members of the Bar of Dominica, we have a WhatsApp chat called Legal Eagles. And in that chat, we certainly do entertain each other, among other things. Evelina was an active participant in that chat. Now, I recall the last time, or I should say the last two times that she engaged us. And at that time, I recall it was one of our colleagues who mentioned something about the word bomb. And Evelina had this to say. She recalls a notorious recidivist, I'm pronouncing the word wrong. That's the word, of theft and vagrancy, whom was asked by the chief magistrate, definitely referring to herself, to explain what he meant when he used the word bomb. While her honor was trying to keep a neutral expression to hide her surprise, to her chagrin, wide grins appeared on the faces of persons in the courtroom. That is one of the things she told us, and people sent laughter emojis. Now, with regard to the chat and when it came to my attention that Evelina had passed, I remember waking up on Saturday morning. And seeing at 8 o'clock, the president of the Dominica Bar Association offering condolences to Nawana. But I couldn't believe my eyes. As I read, I saw the passing of Evelina, and I froze. And it hurts me to date. I was shocked like everybody else. Some people had an opportunity. I've heard people talk about hearing of it from the time she left the church that morning, family members with her throughout the day and into the late evening. I unfortunately did not have that opportunity to prepare myself for anything. So you could imagine the shock of seeing such a message on the WhatsApp chat. Of course, I expressed my condolences like everybody else. And for those members of the family with whom I'm close, I did not hesitate to contact and condole with them. It is still a very, still very painful for me to think of her passing. She, like everybody else said, is very warm to me and friendly. When I came to Dominica in the year 2000, she was the registrar of the High Court. She had an open door policy. I was free to go in and talk to her at any time. And over the years, we forged a friendship. The last time I saw her, she was shopping in Green's supermarket. It was actually buying food. And we both were, we paused, we spoke. And, you know, we tend to think, I'll see her tomorrow. I'll see her next week. I'll see her, you know, we just take each other for granted. And this is why I'm happy that a number of times when people make statements, they say, tomorrow, the good Lord willing, next week, the good Lord willing, because we don't know whether or not we will see that person again, or we will be a part of tomorrow in our physical state. Now, like I said, when she was chief magistrate, I appeared before her on numerous occasions. And like I said to someone the other day, you know, when you're not allowed to do forum shopping in terms of which magistrate you want to appear in front of to do certain matters, but I always enjoyed appearing before her. I found she was really fair in the sense that if she ruled against you, you understood why. If she ruled in your favor, of course, you're happy. So that was my experience with her in terms of as a colleague in the legal profession. I remember when she first constructed her home and she invited me over, she showed me around, and she had this little, she told me all of that was fruit trees, and that was like the front, I have to call that the front or the back of the house, I'm not sure, but you can see the sea from the back. Now, all those trees are as tall as ever, but I remember she pointing out the various fruit trees that she had. And of course, if you pass her home now, you would see the whole place is glowing with beautiful flowers and so on. So she, you know, that was her passion. Justice Baptiste, I was happy to listen to all you've mentioned about her from childhood to present. I too love history. So I quite enjoyed hearing about the years that you all grew up together and the experiences you had and how close you were. My siblings as well, there are 3 of us who are lawyers. And I have other siblings, there's 7 in all. And I can't imagine having to hear what you heard in terms of the passing of a sibling. I cannot imagine it. So it just gives me the shivers just thinking about it. I would just like to end by saying that I like to express my condolences to you, Justice Baptiste, and to Nawana and the rest of the family. And I pray that you find solace in each other, you cherish the memories, and that, as I'm sure you would know, Justice Baptiste having lost your parents and now having lost your mother, only time will heal. Time has to pass. You have to give it a chance to let time pass. And you will then understand. You will then get a chance to speak freely without tears about the wonderful memories and the time that you have had with her. That's the extent of what I wish to say.
You heard the tribute from the bench and from the bar. I now invite President High Court Judge in the Commonwealth of Dominica, His Lordship, the Honorable Justice Colin Williams, to deliver closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I guess I make a request of you, if it is possible for us to have the transcript or the recording of today's proceedings done and provided to the family. Yes. Yes. So we'll find that out. Yes. Thank you. I would. My role basically is just to thank you all for attending and showing your solidarity and support. Thanks for being here in such numbers and commiserating with Justice Baptiste and of course the family. Also, a hearty thank you to the Chief Justice for coming in for this very special occasion. My contact with Evelina was somewhat limited, just going back a few years during her days as Director of Public Prosecution, a bit before that because we met otherwise, but certainly she, it's everything that I've heard members here of the bar speak about her, and the first gathering would have been actually at a conference in Miami dealing with juvenile issues. And when she indicated her name and I inquired, she did indicate that Justice Baptiste was her younger brother on that occasion. You know, to Justice Baptiste, with whom I have a long-standing association, so to speak. Was of course he started his stint as a judge in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and in '97, and I appeared before him in those early days, and I still fondly remember the many lessons that I learned from him on that occasion, and certainly I listened to him very closely as he spoke about the windows of the world which are covered with rain. And if you appreciated and followed the trend of his speech, he of course flavored his eulogy with a number of classics. Certainly, like him, Mama, the compositions of Hal, David, and Burt Bacharach still resonate. And I guess it's just for me to refer to another hit by that combination and remind him, well, not remind him, but just say the house is not a home, as we say, goodbye to Evelina. You know, as sad as it is, we sing and think of those kinds of songs, we'll remember her. But we always will remember her house is not a home when there's someone missing, but nevertheless, really joyful for the time that she spent with us, and we treasure those moments.
Yes, thank you, Justice Williams. And as proposed by Justice Colin Williams, I order that the recording of the proceedings today be made available to the family of the late Evelina or Evelyn, as I have been told, only today, be made available to the family as soon as the recording of the transcript is available. Judges on the bench, lawyers at the bar, members of the Baptiste family. The special sitting is now at an end, and the proceedings of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court this morning are adjourned, signed and aye.
This honorable court will stand adjourned, signed it up.